forge partnerships, and put forth innovative ideas that can help drive meaningful change. However, let us be clear, Excellencies. A combination of factors, including the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, impacts of climate change, and the war in Ukraine, have presented a series of complex and intersecting crises. And while this has dramatically altered the trajectory of the entire world, it is, as is too often the case, those in the most precarious circumstances who are already most vulnerable suffer the most. This includes countries in special situations, small island developing states, least developed countries, and landlocked developing countries. The most vulnerable in our communities, including women and girls, young people, persons with disabilities, older persons, and indigenous people, have not been spared and are at the foremost receiving end of these crises. Despite commitments to eradicate poverty and to reduce hunger being at the core of this agenda, alarming 1.2 billion people were still living in Our 8 billion constituents are looking to us for a signal that we will keep our promises and that we are alive to the reality that we have only 7 years left before 2030. They want and deserve full reassurance that we altogether recognize the circumstantial setbacks that so many have experienced and continue to endure, and that we stand ready to support them in their time of acute need. And most importantly, that we see the heightened sense of urgency, and we are all prepared as world leaders gather here today to raise our ambition and recommit to meaningfully delivering the 2030 Agenda and its 17 SDGs. With that in mind, I challenge you all to demonstrate emboldened leadership by using this summit to announce groundbreaking commitments to support and to complete the 2030 Agenda. I call for your support to the political declaration, negotiations for which were skillfully led by Qatar and Ireland, to whom I extend my grateful thanks and that of the membership. I sincerely believe that the declaration represents the most ideal common denominator for the overwhelming majority of members. Adoption of a strong declaration at this summit will herald the start of a new phase of accelerated progress to achieve the SDGs by 2030. As we navigate the challenges ahead, the SDGs will remain a true blueprint for humanity and will continue to be our guideposts to deliver peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all peoples everywhere. As the late former Secretary General Kofi Annan once said, we must work tirelessly to achieve a better world that is free from fear and free from want. I thank you. It is now my honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver a statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 8 years ago, Member States gathered in the hall to adopt the Sustainable Development Goals. With the world watching, including 193 young people in the balcony holding blue lamps of hope, you made a solemn promise. A promise to build a world of health, progress and opportunity for all. A promise to leave no one behind. And a promise to pay for it. This was not a promise made to one another as diplomats from the comfort of this chamber. It was always a promise to people. People crushed under the grinding wheels of poverty. People starving in a world of plenty. Children denied a seat in a classroom. Families fleeing conflict, seeking a better life. Parents watching helplessly as their children die of preventable disease. People losing hope because they can't find a job or a safety net when they need it. Entire communities literally on devastation's doorstep because of changing climate. So the SDGs aren't just a list of goals. They carry the hopes, dreams, rights and expectations of people everywhere. And they provide the surest path to living up to our obligations under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, now in its 75th year. Yet today, only 15% of the targets are on track, and many are going in reverse. Instead of leaving no one behind, we risk leaving the SDGs behind. So, Excellencies, the SDGs need a global rescue plan. And I'm deeply encouraged by the detailed and wide-ranging draft political declaration under consideration here today, especially its commitment to improving developing countries' access to the fuel required for SDG progress, finance. This includes clear support for an SDG stimulus of at least $500 billion a year, as well as an effective debt relief mechanism that supports payment suspensions, longer lending terms, and lower rates. It includes a call to recapitalize and change the business model of multilateral development banks so they can massively leverage private finance at affordable rates to benefit developing countries. And it includes the endorsement of the need to reform the international financial architecture that I consider outdated, dysfunctional, and unfair. This can be a game changer in accelerating SDG progress. I have been calling for a new Bretton Woods moment and the development of practical solutions by the Summit of the Future next September. But countries can act right now to get the SDGs on track. Together with businesses and financial institutions, local authorities, the UN development system and more, you have helped point the way with high-impact initiatives to support 6 targeted areas where urgent transitions are needed. First, we must take action on hunger. In our world of plenty, hunger is a shocking stain on humanity and an epic human rights violation. It is an indictment of every one of us that millions of people are starving in this day and age. Building on July's Food Systems Summit stocktake, we are marshalling finance, science, data, innovations, and policy and governance support to help countries transform food systems so all people can access a healthy and nutritious diet. Second, the transition to renewable energy isn't happening fast enough. We are putting forward new energy compacts in which government, businesses, and global organizations join forces to invest in decarbonizing energy systems and ensuring a just and equitable transition from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Third, the benefits and opportunities of digitalization are not being spread widely enough. To close the divide, we have launched an initiative to spur digital transformation across 100 countries, supporting stronger technology capacities, better governance, and innovative financing. Our proposed Global Digital Compact will also help countries build safe digital systems that provide internet access for all, including students in hard-to-reach communities. Quatrièmement, trop d'enfants et de jeunes pâtissent d'une éducation de mauvaise qualité ou ne reçoivent aucune éducation. Nous devons bâtir de véritables sociétés apprenantes, ancrées dans une éducation de qualité et notamment sur la formation continue dès le plus jeune âge et tout au long de la vie, réduisant la fracture numérique et soutenant les enseignants à chaque étape. Un groupe émergent de pays pionniers montre la voie pour stimuler les investissements et transformer les systèmes éducatifs du monde entier. Cinquièmement, chaque personne a besoin d'un travail décent et d'une protection sociale. Grâce à la collaboration avec les gouvernements et le secteur privé, notre accélérateur mondial pour l'emploi et la protection sociale pour des transitions justes vise à créer 400 millions de nouveaux emplois décents, en particulier dans l'économie verte, les services à la personne et l'économie numérique, ainsi qu'à étendre la protection sociale à plus de 4 milliards de personnes. Les investissements dans la protection sociale doivent massivement augmenter. Sixièmement, la guerre menée contre la nature doit cesser. nous devons mettre fin à la triple crise planétaire du changement climatique, de la pollution et de la perte de biodiversité. Nous mettons sur pied un groupe de pays champions qui étudiera les mesures à prendre pour réformer les politiques économiques et placer la nature et la biodiversité au cœur de toute décision. Le besoin d'assurer une égalité totale entre les hommes et les femmes est au cœur de toutes ces transitions. Il est grand temps de mettre fin à la discrimination, de garantir la pleine participation des femmes et des filles à la prise de décision et de mettre fin au fléau des violences fondées sur le genre. Excellences, à mi-parcours de l'échéance pour la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable, les yeux du monde sont de nouveau rivés sur vous. Au cours du week-end, des jeunes et des groupes de la société civile se sont rendus à l'ONU ou défilés à travers le monde pour réclamer une action urgente. L'heure est venue de prouver que vous êtes à leur écoute. Nous pouvons réussir si nous agissons maintenant, si nous agissons ensemble, si nous tenons notre promesse envers les milliards de personnes dont les espoirs, les rêves et l'avenir sont entre vos mains. L'heure est venue et je vous remercie.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now invite Her Excellency Paola Narvaez, President of the 2024 session of the Economic and Social Council, to deliver a statement.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea General, señor Secretario General, distinguidas jefas y jefes de Estado y de Gobierno, Excelencias, distinguidas delegadas y delegados, señoras y señores. A mitad de camino en la implementación de la Agenda 2030, como sabemos, hemos dejado de avanzar y en muchos casos estamos retrocediendo en el cumplimiento de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. El planeta sigue devastado por los efectos del cambio climático. Las catástrofes, cada vez más frecuentes y graves, dificultan la recuperación de todos, especialmente de las personas y los países vulnerables. Mientras tanto, a la arquitectura financiera internacional le está costando hacer frente a la crisis actual y adaptarse a ella. Los países que ya se encontraban en situación de sobreendeudamiento se han visto aún más afectados a causa de los costos económicos y financieros que deben enfrentar para recuperarse de la pandemia y hacer frente a los desastres climáticos. La brecha digital, cada vez mayor, agudiza las desigualdades y específicamente la desigualdad de género sigue minando los progresos. La consecución de la igualdad de género y el empoderamiento de todas las mujeres y las niñas es contribución decisiva para el progreso de todos los objetivos y metas de la Agenda 2030. Las mujeres y las niñas deben tener igual acceso a una educación de calidad, a los recursos económicos y a la participación política, así como a las mismas oportunidades en el empleo, el liderazgo y la adopción de decisiones a todos los niveles. Nos enfrentamos a múltiples crisis que dificultan aún más el desarrollo sostenible. Sin embargo, debemos dar espacio a las voluntades y compromisos, también con optimismo, para implementar las acciones, para avanzar en la consecución de los ODS y reforzar nuestra determinación colectiva de trabajar por los ideales que el desarrollo sostenible ofrece a nuestros pueblos y nuestro planeta. Hoy es un día para que todos nos volvamos a comprometer. La declaración política es un testimonio del compromiso inquebrantable de nuestros líderes con la implementación eficaz de la Agenda 2030 y sus ODS y la defensa de todos los principios consagrados en ella. Reconoce nuestra necesidad colectiva de adoptar medidas inmediatas con respecto a los 17 objetivos. Esperamos con interés su adopción para guiar nuestros esfuerzos de implementación en los próximos años. Al mismo tiempo, el diálogo de alto nivel sobre la financiación para el desarrollo se centrará en la necesidad de contar con una arquitectura financiera internacional que pueda responder tanto a nuestras necesidades actuales como a los retos que se vislumbran en el horizonte. Por último, la cumbre sobre la ambición climática brinda la oportunidad de lograr avances significativos en la acción para el clima y realizar esfuerzos más oportunos y específicos. Esta semana debería marcar un punto de inflexión para rescatar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. No podemos dejar que se nos escape esta oportunidad. Como presidenta del Consejo Económico y Social, me comprometo a utilizar el periodo de sesiones de 2024 para aprovechar los resultados de la cumbre sobre los ODS, así como de las demás reuniones de alto nivel que se celebran esta semana. El Consejo Económico y Social, con sus diversos segmentos, foros y órganos subsidiarios, está listo para apoyar los esfuerzos de los países para convertir los compromisos en acciones para hacer realidad la Agenda 2030 para el desarrollo sostenible. El objetivo del Consejo será proporcionar una orientación de políticas transformadoras, reforzando al mismo tiempo su papel como plataforma de rendición de cuentas para que el apoyo del sistema de las Naciones Unidas para el desarrollo sea mejor y más rápido. En definitiva, todos debemos asumir un compromiso pleno, un diálogo constructivo y elevar nuestras ambiciones, contando con la importante participación y visión de la sociedad civil y otras partes interesadas. Solo así podremos asegurarnos de que se produzcan las transformaciones necesarias. La fuerza del multilateralismo puede ayudarnos a encontrar formas de cooperar en estos tiempos de crisis. Espero, con mucho interés, conocer las ideas innovadoras y los compromisos de acción que presentarán en los próximos días. Con responsable entusiasmo, agradezco formar parte de la transformación que hará del desarrollo sostenible no solo nuestro objetivo, sino nuestra realidad. Muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Economic and Social Council for his statement. The Forum will now consider Agenda Item 4, entitled Adoption of the Political Declaration of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. The Forum has before it document A/HLPF/2023/L1, containing a draft resolution entitled Political Declaration of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the auspices of the General Assembly. Before proceeding to action, I wish to recall that, in accordance with paragraph 6D of General Assembly Resolution 67/290, the meetings of the Forum shall result in a concise, negotiated political declaration to be submitted for the consideration of the Assembly. I would like to thank all states for their constructive participation in the complex negotiations on the draft political declaration. The Forum shall now proceed to consider draft resolution A/HLPF/2023/L1. The Forum will now take a decision on draft resolution A/HLPF/2023/L1 entitled political declaration of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development convened under the auspices of the General Assembly. May I take it that the Forum wishes to adopt the draft political declaration contained in document A/HLPF/2023/L1, which, pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 67/290, I will then submit for the formal consideration of the Assembly. I hear no objection. The draft political declaration is adopted. Pursuant to Assembly Resolution 67/290, I will submit the political declaration just adopted for the consideration of the Assembly. I thank the co-facilitators of the draft political declaration, His Excellency Fergal Mythen, Permanent Representative of Ireland to the United Nations, and Her Excellency Alia Ahmed Saif Al Thani, Permanent Representative of the State of Qatar to the United Nations, for conducting open, transparent, and inclusive consultations and their steadfast stewardship of the process. I also wish to thank my predecessor, the President of the General Assembly, at its 77th session, His Excellency Chaba Korosi, for his hard and insightful work on the political declaration. I now invite His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdullah Rahman bin Jasim Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, to make a statement.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة السيد دينيس فرانسيس رئيس الدورة 78 للجمعية العامة، سعادة السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، الحضور الكرام، يسعدني المشاركة في الجلسة الافتتاحية لقمة أهداف التنمية المستدامة، والتي تمثل فرصة سانحة لإعادة إحياء الأمل نحو تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة لعام 2030. وأود أن أرحب باعتماد الإعلان السياسي للقمة، ويسرني أنه قد عهدت إلى سعادة الشيخة علي آل ثاني المندوب الدائم لدولة قطر لدى الأمم المتحدة مسؤولية تيسير المفاوضات الحكومية بشأن الإعلان السياسي، إلى جانب سعادة المندوب الدائم لجمهورية إيرلندا لدى الأمم المتحدة. نجتمع هنا اليوم ونحن نمر في مرحلة بالغة الأهمية من تنفيذ أهداف التنمية المستدامة، ويجمعنا هدف مشترك، وهو التصدي للتحديات الأكثر إلحاحاً التي تواجه شعوب العالم من نزاعات مسلحة وأزمات مرتبطة بالأمن الغذائي وتغير المناخ. وغني عن القول أن الالتزام بحل الخلافات بالطرق السلمية والحوار القائم على الاحترام هي السبل المثلى نحو ضمان الحفاظ على مكتسبات التنمية حول العالم. لذا ينبغي لنا أن نعطي الأولوية لتنفيذ تدابير وإجراءات فعالة وفقاً للقانون الدولي تزيل الصعوبات التي تعوق الحق في تقرير المصير لمن يعيشون تحت الاحتلال الأجنبي، وعلى رأسهم الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق. كما أنه من المهم تجنب أي إجراءات قد تقوض من قدرات الدول النامية على تحقيق أهداف التنمية المستدامة، بما في ذلك فرض تدابير قسرية على نحو يتنافى مع ميثاق الأمم المتحدة ومبادئ القانون الدولي. سيد الرئيس، يجدر بنا في هذه المناسبة التأكيد على أن الاستثمار في مستقبل شبابنا هو مهمة تقع على عاتقنا جميعا، ومن خلال تثمين آراء الشباب وتمكين النساء والفتيات وإشراكهم في عمليات صنع القرار يمكننا بناء مجتمعات أكثر شمولية واستدامة. إن الدور الحيوي الذي تقوم به دولة قطر في مجال التنمية عالمياً وتحديداً في قطاع التعليم يعزز رؤية الدولة في التنمية البشرية، ونحن ملتزمون بدعم تنفيذ برنامج عمل الدوحة لصالح أقل البلدان نمواً إدراكاً منا للتحديات التي تواجهها تلك البلدان. وما تزال دولة قطر ملتزمة بمواءمة خططها الإنمائية الوطنية مع مبادئ أهداف التنمية المستدامة، فقد جعلت قطر تغير المناخ أولويته القصوى واتخذت تدابير هامة لتطوير التقنيات المتصلة به. سيد الرئيس، في الختام نذكر بأن الطريق نحو بناء عالم جديد أكثر أمانا وعدلا وحرية يكمن في تحقيق التضامن الإنساني الدولي معا. يمكننا تحويل التزاماتنا إلى أفعال وجعل خطة عام 2030 حقيقة واقعة، وشكرا لكم.
I thank the Prime Minister and the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar for his statement. I next invite His Excellency Leo Varadkar, Taoiseach of Ireland, to make a statement.
President of the General Assembly, Heads of State and Government, Secretary General, Excellencies, dear friends. As we stand here together, halfway to the deadline of 2030, there's no hiding the fact that we're not where we would wish to be. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are an urgent and universal call to action to end poverty, to protect the planet, and to improve the lives and prospects of everyone, everywhere on our world. And yet at this midpoint, we know that only about 15% of our targets are being met. Yes, our efforts have been pushed off track by a global pandemic, by conflict, including Russia's invasion of Ukraine, by food and energy crises, and by the increasing pace and intensity of extreme weather events linked to climate change. But we should also acknowledge that progress had stalled before the pandemic arrived. As leaders, our drive to achieve the goals has not been as strong or as focused as it should have been. We've lost time, but I, for one, have not lost hope. Saying that we've not made as much progress as we should have is not the same as saying we haven't made any progress at all. As the 2023 SDG report says, more than 800 million people around the world have been connected to electricity since 2015. That's a huge number of people, greater than the entire population of Europe. 146 countries have already met or are on track to meeting the under 5 mortality target. And effective HIV treatment has halved global AIDS-related deaths since 2010. And as the Secretary General said earlier this year, this progress shows that change is possible, that backsliding is not inevitable, that poverty, pollution, and gender inequality are not preordained. They are trends that can be reversed, problems that can be solved, tragedies that can be averted. But only if we act now with the urgency and unity that the situation demands. As the political declaration states, the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs represent our best hope for humanity and the planet. In it, we, the world's leaders, commit ourselves to bold, accelerated, just and transformative actions, anchored in international solidarity and effective cooperation to create a sustainable future for all. It must be more than a piece of paper that we adopt today. Rather, it is our responsibility as leaders to breathe life into it and to make it real. Mr. President, Ireland was proud to play a role in co-facilitating drafting of our declaration with Qatar. The negotiations were not easy because the stakes are so high and the implications for the world so profound. And on Ireland's behalf, I'm glad to reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the 2030 agenda and to the achievement of all of our goals. We'll play our part in ensuring the world's poorest and most vulnerable are not forgotten or left behind. We're committed to providing official development assistance to the most vulnerable people in the world, and we've consistently increased our ODA in recent years against an increasingly difficult backdrop for international development budgets. Since the SDGs were adopted in 2015, official development assistance by Ireland has trebled when you include the assistance we're offering those fleeing the war in Ukraine. And we're committed to continuing this trend in the years ahead. We're on track to meet our pledge to provide at least $225 million annually in climate finance for developing countries within 2 years. And this year alone, we'll provide $149 million for climate finance. To deal with the scandalous food security and nutrition crisis globally, Ireland will provide almost $300 million towards food, agriculture and nutrition this year, and we do so recalling our own great famine of the 19th century. And we will increase this budget further next year. Mr. President, Ireland is a small country of only 5 million people, but we've always been part of the world and dared to think big. The challenge of achieving the sustainable development goals, is undoubtedly an enormous one, but with effort and persistence, we can and will succeed. Thank you very much.
I thank the Taoiseach of Ireland for his statement. I now invite the forum to view a video presentation on the stakeholder engagement in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Dear friends, this week, this weekend, this house, the United Nations, also belongs to you.
It's possible when we act
with urgency
for everyone, everywhere.
Decisions have to be taken now. Our planet, our society, peace, partnerships cannot wait.
As an entrepreneur, it is extremely challenging to access capital, especially if you're women and especially if you're youth.
People are asking tough questions. The young people were like, we are not here for just talking points. We are here for solutions. We are here for accountability. You say you will do this, but who will hold you accountable?
What we need now is for global leaders to act more, to really scale up what civil society can do to ensure that civic space is not closing and that our expertise are being centered in all decision making.
We have to ensure by 2030 that women, girls, LGBTI populations live safely, equally throughout the world.
We need more faith from policymakers and from financial institutions that we can do it.
You need to see young people as not just beneficiaries, but as equal partners.
It's possible when we fight against poverty. It's possible to achieve climate justice when people affected are present in decision-making areas.
If we scale the digital solutions that are already out there.
When we respect all human rights.
Let there be, let there be. Fossil fuels have got to go.
If we don't act together, we are just gonna destroy the planet and ourselves.
80% of the world's biodiversity is in indigenous peoples' territories. If we are able to get our rights respected and protected, then we can contribute.
It's possible when we all feel responsible. I do.
When we include young people at the table.
When we all think globally, but act locally.
It's possible when you don't leave me behind.
It is possible when we act. When you act.
When you act.
You act. When
you
you
act.
act. With urgency.
For everyone, everywhere.
I now invite the youth representative, Ms. Mayada Adil from Sudan, young leader for the SDGs, to make a statement.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, I stand here not only as Mayada Adil, but also as a young Sudanese woman and activist, carrying the power of my people with me. I'm one of the 17 young leaders for SDGs recognized by United Nations. We just came from the SDG Action Weekend, where youth, women, civil society, private sector, science and academia, and local government had shown we are ready and willing to take action rather than promises from you. As we mark the midpoint of the 2030 agenda, I have to remind you that if only 15% of the Sustainable Development Goals are met, that is a failure. We are facing a dire reality: the climate crisis, persisting hunger, growing inequality, and multiple conflicts plaguing our world. So, as we gather to recommit the SDGs and ignite actions, I invite you to look in this room and to look around you and tell me, what do you see? I tell you what I see. I see a hall filled with head of states, decision makers, and power holders. But I do not see my tribe, the youth tribe, the one who've been left behind. Every year, you invite a different young person to this stage to remind you of your commitment to humanity. Last year, there were young people from Afghanistan, Ukraine, Uganda, Pakistan, Nigeria, and Argentina. Today, it's only me standing in front of you, and I have a big shoes to fill as I remind you again of the many promises that you have made and to keep you accountable for the actions and inactions. Therefore, I will ask you, what have you done to include young people in decision-making space? Half of the world population is under 30, yet we are excluded, sidelined from all decision-making spaces. Less than 3% of the members of the parliament are under 30, and less than 1% if we speak about young women only. Once we stop making excuses and creating roadblocks for the young people to co-lead, real transformational change will happen, and I can assure you that. But not as tokenism, through genuine intergenerational partnership and solidarity. We need young people in all our diversity to be seen, to be heard in the policy and decision-making. What have you done to Afghan women and girls? Last year, in the same stage, a young Afghan woman highlighted the ongoing crisis in her country. At the time, women or girls were banned from schools. Many hearts were touched, and promises were made. But since then, the situation had only got worse. Now women or girls are banned from basic education, attending university, and participating in public life in general. You have not done enough to solve this crisis and put pressure on the people who are responsible. So I stand here in solidarity with my sisters, the Afghan sisters. What have you done to make the international system more inclusive and responsive? In this case, I'm talking about Sudan, my country. We have witnessed the global humanitarian financial system focusing its aid towards the global north, leaving the global south facing hunger, droughts, climate crisis, and increased conflicts and wars. Sudan is left out of your sight. I wonder why. Today's generation of young people is around 1.9 billion strong, but millions of us are frankly being left behind. As we speak, 1 in every 5 young people worldwide, not in education or employment or trainings. 68 million young people are looking for jobs. All over the world, millions of young people are unable to access social protection coverage. Mental health problems like depression and anxiety are a serious concern for young people. And if you do not deliver on your commitments to keeping the global emission below 1.5 degrees, reversing the damages of the climate change, and working on carbon-free alternative, you are putting the lives and the future of our entire generation and those who will come at risk. Young people of the world, demanding you, the leaders of the world, to fulfill your obligations towards peace and achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And we are ready to work with you as a full-fledged partners to make it reality. Thank you so much.
I thank Ms. Adil for her statement. I now invite the forum to hold a setting the stage discussion on SDG implementation at the halftime. What will it take to keep the SDG promise? I am pleased to welcome the distinguished panelists and invite them to assume their seats on the podium. The panelists are Her Excellency Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados and co-chair of the Sustainable Development Goals Advocates Group. Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, and Ms. Caroline Corsi, Mayor of Montevideo. Furthermore, I am pleased to welcome the moderator, Ms. Gillian Tett of the Financial Times. Following the setting the stage segment, we will hear a musical performance by Senegalese musician Mr. Baba Mal, UN Goodwill Ambassador for the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. I now invite Ms. Tett to conduct the discussion.
Well, thank you very much indeed, President, for convening this. And on behalf of the Financial Times, I am delighted to be here for this very important meeting. Now, if the SDGs were a game of soccer or football, which is something that unites the world, a love of soccer, right now at half-time, we would all be feeling pretty depressed. Because as we've heard earlier, only 15% of the goals have been met, and that is not a good record. But the great thing about soccer is that it can always change in the second half. So what today is all about is trying to see whether we can actually find ways to change the game in the second half. Let's hope we can, otherwise the crowd are going to truly start booing. So we have an amazing combination of people here to talk about this. We are short of time, so we are going to be very focused and brief. But I'd like to start with you, Mia Motley. One of the key elements of changing the game is getting the finance needed to actually implement the SDGs. You have been a tireless thorn in the side of the rich countries and the international financial architecture calling for change. What, in your view, would count as success from this week in terms of getting the international financial architecture changed?
I think we have to, first of all, thank you for having us here. I think we have to recognize that the calls for international reform of the financial system really are not just about governance, but they're for us about longer money, cheaper money, and being able to use it for the purposes for which we need to reduce all of our inequalities and to achieve the elements of the SDGs. Ajay is better placed to speak to it, but I'm hoping that we can have a joint effort between the World Bank, the IMF in particular, and the UN to be able to bring to the table the credit rating agencies and the markets, because regrettably we value short-term lending but do not understand that if countries are going to invest in education and healthcare, they need 30 and 40-year money in order to be able to do so. Our situation has been compounded by the pandemic, and therefore that long-term money is critical. Secondly, we need mission-oriented lending. Professor Mazzucato has been making this point, and in fact in Barbados we've set 6 missions, recognizing that all of our policies, including the terms and conditions for access to finance, have to reinforce the missions. If we believe that the SDGs are worth attaining, then we need to put a framework in place that allows the MDBs to value the SDGs and to be able to increase the length of time that you can have to repay for these funds. Thirdly, we need to ensure that as we do all of that, that we get countries and individuals to see the SDGs as individual targets. Because it is not only about the money that we access, it is also about the policies, it's also about the change of behavior, it's about the change of attitude. The reason why the Secretary General can speak about there being an abundance of food and people starving is because we choose not to act differently and we choose not to share with one another. So I believe that those 3 points are critical. Let us get the meetings with the credit rating agencies and the markets, and Ajay, I'd be interested in hearing your perspective on it, because you cannot continue to value short-term lending. You cannot continue to have metrics that don't support a move away from per capita GDP that is historic and tells us nothing about the country, while the vulnerability of the country increases exponentially.
Right, well, thank you very much indeed for those strong words. Very briefly, a one-word answer. Are you more encouraged than you were 3 months ago?
I believe that this man has scored a century in his first 100 days. and I say so as one who has been a major critic of the World Bank. I think that the course correction that he has brought has been critical, but I say to him, if we are running fast and the dog behind us is running faster than us, we'll still get bitten. So I hope that he recognizes now that pace and scope are still the order of the day. And in fairness, it's not him. It's us, the countries. He is simply the agent that is going to carry out our wishes. But at the end of the day, I want to make the point that we cannot have SDGs for the benefit of global public goods and not have a mechanism for financing global public goods. And I still believe that the World Bank is the best place to locate the financing of global public goods, but I accept that there may not be enough public money. And to that extent, how do we mobilize money that now goes in non-state actors, most of whose balance sheets, the major multinational corporations have balance sheets that dwarf and miniaturize the majority of countries in this room. So we have to find a way of them contributing to the financing of global public goods, and we also have to find a way of philanthropic capital financing global public goods. They want to do good, but it can't only be what they want, it has to be what the world needs.
Well, thank you. Well, we've had mixed sporting metaphors here. I think we should definitely make time for some applause and cheers here. We've had mixed sporting metaphors. I started with soccer, We then had cricket. Those of you who are not cricket fans, century means scoring 10 goals. Ajay Banga, you come from a land of cricket and, well, mostly cricket, some soccer too. How do you see the current situation? We've just heard from Mia Motley that you have changed the game. Would you agree?
Well, I think the first thing you've got to know is the last time I was with Mia on a stage, we were in a rock concert in Paris. So you guys don't compare to that experience, right? But all seriousness, I've spent 100 days in this job. I would like to tell you the 5 or 6 things I'm trying to work on, which go towards addressing some of the things that came up in the previous speeches, but also Mia's points. And the first thing that I'm trying to work on is to be clear on expanding the vision of the bank to not only focus on poverty and prosperity, although those are key to our future, but to recognize the intertwined nature of the challenges that we are facing with climate, with pandemics, with fragility, with war, with food insecurity, and recognize that you cannot solve one without having a holistic view of the total. And so the vision of the bank will be to end poverty in a world, in a livable planet. So the livable planet is very, very important. That's what allows us to address some of these issues. The second thing I'm focused on is to make sure that we are attacking on 5 dimensions. The first one is people, education, health, social distribution schemes. The second one is prosperity, jobs, economic growth, and the like, micro SMEs, financial inclusion. The third one is the planet, and we've talked a little bit about already, mitigation, adaptation, those topics. The fourth is physical infrastructure. We cannot say that we will solve for schools and healthcare, and we will do those, but we won't do planet, or we'll do the planet, and we won't do schools and healthcare. This either-or mentality will not work. And the fifth one is digital, which I think changes the game for all 4 of the first ones. And the final item is to measure progress, output, not input, in terms of empowerment of women, in terms of jobs for young people, in terms of carbon emissions avoided and the like. So I want to focus the bank on tangible outputs in these areas. The second is capital. We cannot do all this unless we are, first of all, sweating our existing balance sheet as much as we can. And there's a series of steps as part of the G20 capital adequacy framework that I won't bore you with, but let's assume that the governments who are now signing up to subscribe to those, if we all add up well across all the multilateral development banks, maybe we'll get to somewhere between 150 and 200 billion all put together over the next decade. My point is, this is important, but it does not solve for the magnitude of the challenges we face. That is Mia's point about requiring the partnerships with philanthropy and with the private sector. One little thing you should know about the magic of money coming into the capital at the World Bank is that for $1 we get, because we can leverage in the private markets with our AAA sovereign rating, we do actually create a multiplier effect that does not get created by just $1 for $1 that goes into a trust or a philanthropy. So we have the ability to leverage and multiply and do that in a way that does 10, 20, 30-year lending. But Mia's right. That's a proportion of our lending and that of others. We have to find a way to work to extend both the tenor and the pricing, concessional pricing and blended finance to enable a lot of the challenges we're dealing with to happen. If you've got a couple of minutes more for me, I want to cover 4 things. The first is debt. The world is awash in debt. Emerging markets are struggling with that debt. A few countries have been able to find their way through the restructuring process, as recently as Zambia. We have others who need that help. We need the creditors to get together to get this sorted out and work well. The IMF and the World Bank are working with the creditors. So are India and its presidency of the G20. But we really need a push on that topic. The second one is close to $1.5 trillion a year goes into subsidies, fuel and agriculture, which in many ways are impacting our environment in ways we didn't anticipate that to be when the subsidies were put into place. So that cost of that environment is another $6 trillion. That means $7 trillion a year is going into subsidies and the impact of subsidies. So when we talk about money not being available, I would tell you money is available. The question is, where is it right now? And can it be moved to the right causes while being socially responsible to people who benefit from some of those subsidies? I get it. We need a just transition in energy and elsewhere, but we need to address that point. The third point has to do with, can we find a way through all this to leverage up what we can do as a group and work together? My fear is this issue of either or, and I don't understand the either or. I think a large part of the evolution roadmap the bank was being discussed about had to do with IBRD. A lot of the countries who are not as well off are fearful that that is going to come at the cost of their money availability. Please know that is not the case. IDA is IDA. It is there. We need to replenish it. We need the developed world to be even more generous in the next round of IDA replenishment. But IDA is there for you. It will be there for you. IBRD, and which is where all the evolution framework discussion has happened, is very important as well to meet the needs of energy transition and the like. That's work still to be done. But let's focus on what we can control. Subsidies, we can control and work on debt. We should look at, somebody mentioned domestic resource mobilization in an earlier conversation, very important. These are all topics that make sense that we should tackle.
Well, thank you very much indeed for that very rousing call to arms and that long and very precise list of steps that need to be taken. I can see a lot of harmony between the two of you in terms of what you're calling for. I'd now like to turn to the Mayor of Montevideo, Carolina Cosse, from Uruguay, and basically ask you, from the perspective of a mayor who is president of the mayors group around the world, none of these bold plans are going to be implemented without help of local governments. Can you share a few remarks about how you see the situation right now? And you'll be speaking in Spanish, so I'd urge people to get their interpretation if they need that.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Efectivamente, me parece muy valiosa las apreciaciones de la primer ministra de Barbados y del presidente del Banco Central, y sobre todo, ¿no? It's not working? Ok, continúo. Gracias. Sobre todo creo en la necesidad que marcan de apurarse, ¿no? Hay que apurarse porque los alcaldes del mundo, yo diría de todas las ciudades, cuando uno de nosotros ve un hermoso día de lluvia para estar abrigado en casa, ven la posibilidad de que las personas que viven, las miles, los cientos, los millones de personas que viven en asentamientos alrededor del mundo, tengan un día trágico. Por lo tanto, sí, creo que para lograr llegar a los ODS, sin duda, para cambiar la realidad es esencialmente local, y desde los gobiernos locales, desde las ciudades, se hace todos los días esfuerzos por cambiar esa realidad. Cuestiones que tienen que ver con la sanidad, con la igualdad de género, con combatir de alguna forma la pobreza, y por lo tanto sí, nosotros estamos día a día con la realidad. La gente tiene un contacto muy cercano con nosotros. Entiendo la necesidad enorme de un cambio cultural. Para combatir el cambio climático nosotros tenemos que responder con un cambio cultural, y ese cambio cultural nos tiene que atravesar a todos, no solo a las personas a las que servimos, a nuestras poblaciones, sino también a los políticos, a los que tenemos responsabilidades. Y para ese cambio cultural creo que de las mejores herramientas que tenemos en la política es abrir la mayor participación posible a la ciudadanía. Yo no le puedo pedir un cambio cultural a una madre que recién tiene una vivienda nueva y cuya mayor preocupación es que cuando llueva a su hijo no le venga un ataque de pánico, porque lo tiene que convencer de que esta vez la casa no se le va a llover. El cambio cultural lo tenemos que trabajar entre todas y todos con cuidado, como una madre que cuida a sus hijos, como una madre que los quiere. Por eso creo que es muy necesario el cambio cultural y que reaccionemos rápido, porque se trata de la vida de nuestro planeta. En la Unión Internacional de Ciudades y Gobiernos Locales tenemos un pacto basado en 3 ejes: cuidar a las personas, cuidar la democracia y cuidar el planeta. yo creo que es un muy buen marco para que podamos actuar juntos y seamos más fuertes, porque en definitiva estamos hablando de cambiar la realidad y lograr un mundo mejor.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mayor Cossé. We appreciate that, reminding us about the importance of being in touch with populations, pushing for a cultural change in the way that decisions are made. Well, we've heard a lot of rousing comments. Thank you all very much indeed. I very much indeed hope that the second half of this soccer match, come cricket game, come SDG battle, will be much more encouraging than the first half, because there is indeed so much at stake now. So I'd like to now hand back to the President and say once again, thank you all very much indeed, and best of luck in winning the second half. Thank you. Apologies. As moderator, I was slight confusion in my briefing notes. I'm now due to announce a musical performance of Baba Mal that will be setting the scene at the end and hopefully inspiring us to think great thoughts. So thank you.
Allah rokkam ko jennomi yegi jude balde malede kame atgaji mi worde sey labam lede mi worde bandirabam yaay Jamano adino jamia faranse brada papinal brada pagandal téléphone de tonna nodami Sénégal ledi ngatto mi Dakaro tami nenam bayo bayo we need education, education for all children all over Africa. No more war, no more trouble, no more war, no more suffering, no more war. No more suffering, no more war, no more discrimination. We need peace and love and security for all children all over Africa. Chullo ndey kaar ndey gay kame men ma de baba bay di baba de bo we need education, we need security for all children all over Africa. We need a bright future for all our children all over the Sahel of Africa. No more war, no more trouble. Nene, 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 Baba yo, baba yo, baba yo, baba, baba yo, nene, 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 baby. Bay, baba yo, baba yo, baba yo, baba, baba yo, bay. Bayo, 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 yeah. Thank you very much.
I thank our distinguished speakers for their insightful contributions, as well as the moderator for expertly guiding the discussion. I also thank Mr. Mal for the musical interlude. That concludes the Setting the Stage segment. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, distinguished delegates. We will now begin with the plenary segment of the summit. I invite heads of state and heads of government to deliver statements on behalf of groups of participating states. Before calling on the first speaker, may I remind delegations that statements are limited to 5 minutes. To assist speakers in managing their time, a timing device has been placed on the rostrum. The light will turn yellow when the speaker has 1 minute remaining. which is a signal to the speaker to kindly conclude his or her remarks. Full versions of longer interventions can be submitted to the Secretariat for posting on the SDG Summit website. I appeal to all delegations to strictly observe the time limits in order to allow all inscribed speakers to deliver their statements in the limited time available. I now give the floor to His Excellency Miguel Diaz-Canel Bermudez, President of the Republic of Cuba, speaking on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
Señor Presidente, tengo el honor de hacer uso de la palabra en nombre del Grupo de los 77 y China. El examen de mitad de periodo de la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible tiene lugar en una coyuntura extremadamente crítica en la cual los países en vías de desarrollo enfrentan múltiples desafíos y un orden económico injusto que perpetúa las desigualdades y la pobreza. Los informes elaborados por el Secretario General contienen cifras irrefutables que reflejan una realidad bastante sombría. Incluso antes de la pandemia de la COVID-19, el mundo ya se había desviado del camino hacia el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Llegaremos al 2030 con 575 millones de personas viviendo en condiciones de pobreza extrema. Para ese entonces, apenas un tercio de los países lograrán reducir a la mitad los niveles de pobreza nacional. No eliminaremos el hambre como habíamos acordado. Por el contrario, actualmente 735 millones de personas padecen hambre crónica, una cifra superior a la registrada en el año 2015. A este ritmo, no podrá lograrse ninguno de los 17 Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible y se incumplirán más de la mitad de las metas acordadas. Conscientes de la actual situación, el Grupo de los 77 y China le ha otorgado la máxima prioridad a este evento con el propósito de colocar nuevamente el desarrollo sostenible en el centro de la agenda internacional y brindar el impulso político necesario para acelerar la aplicación de la Agenda 2030. Es con ese espíritu que el Grupo se ha enfrascado en el proceso de negociación de una declaración política en aras de incrementar y acelerar la puesta en práctica de acciones y medidas concretas, innovadoras, transformadoras y ambiciosas que garanticen el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Es en este contexto que el Grupo ha encabezado un llamamiento global en favor de una reforma urgente de la arquitectura financiera internacional, el cual ha sido compartido por un gran número de líderes y personalidades de todo el mundo. Dicho llamamiento fue ampliamente apoyado por el Secretario General, quien exhortó a esta cumbre a corregir las injusticias históricas que constituyen la base del sistema financiero internacional a fin de poder brindarles a los países y personas más vulnerables mejores oportunidades en un futuro mejor. Tenemos que continuar defendiendo el papel de la Asamblea General en la discusión de estos temas si queremos garantizar que la voz de cada nación sea escuchada y tenida en cuenta como corresponde en el debate de cuestiones tan importantes relativas a la gobernanza global. Este llamamiento también presupone la existencia de una mejor arquitectura global de la deuda soberana con la participación del Sur, que haga posible la aplicación de un trato justo, balanceado y orientado al desarrollo. El alto costo de los préstamos impide que los países en desarrollo puedan invertir en los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Actualmente, 25 naciones del Sur dedican más del 20% de los ingresos de sus gobiernos al servicio de la deuda. Al propio tiempo, existe una necesidad imperiosa de una pronta y considerable recapitalización de los bancos multilaterales de desarrollo con el propósito de que mejoren radicalmente sus condiciones de préstamo y puedan satisfacer las necesidades financieras del sur. En este sentido, exhortamos a la comunidad internacional a dar seguimiento y apoyar la propuesta del secretario general de un estímulo para el logro de los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible para los países en desarrollo, con el objetivo de incrementar en gran escala la financiación asequible a largo plazo para el desarrollo y alinear los flujos financieros con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Asimismo, exhortamos a los países desarrollados a honrar finalmente los compromisos aún no cumplidos con la ayuda oficial al desarrollo. Excelencias, la agenda de cambio climático debe ser aplicada en su totalidad, de conformidad con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre el Cambio Climático y su Acuerdo de París, defendiendo el principio de igualdad y de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas, y sus capacidades respectivas. Es indispensable fijar metas más ambiciosas en esferas tales como la mitigación, la adaptación y los medios para alcanzarlas, así como materializar la entrega y la movilización de recursos por parte de los países desarrollados para combatir el cambio climático y al propio tiempo enfrentar nuestros desafíos en materia de desarrollo. Exhortamos firmemente a los países desarrollados a cumplir sus promesas en esta esfera. Los esfuerzos de los países en desarrollo por aplicar la Agenda 2030 también tienen que estar respaldados por acciones concretas en materia de transferencia de tecnologías y formación de recursos humanos, así como la cooperación norte-sur, con el fin de fomentar la industrialización y las inversiones en infraestructuras de calidad, confiables, sostenibles y resilientes. El sistema de comercio internacional también debe ser reformado y se deben crear cadenas de suministro sustentables que contribuyan al logro de los ODS mediante la promoción del crecimiento económico orientado hacia la exportación en los países en desarrollo. Con este fin, se debe fortalecer el trato especial pero diferenciado para los países en desarrollo como principio multilateral. El unilateralismo y el proteccionismo, incluidas la protección y las restricciones unilaterales al comercio, incompatibles con los acuerdos de la Organización Mundial del Comercio, deben ser eliminadas con toda prontitud. Tal es el caso de los países que sufren la imposición de medidas coercitivas unilaterales, las cuales constituyen una grave violación de los propósitos y principios de la Carta de las Naciones Unidas. Esas medidas obstaculizan seriamente los esfuerzos de los países afectados en pos de lograr los ODS y el desarrollo sostenible en general. La comunidad internacional, incluido el sistema de Naciones Unidas, debe continuar rechazando firmemente la imposición de esas medidas y trabajar por su eliminación incondicional. Excelencias, los reclamos antes mencionados han sido anunciados en varias ocasiones por los líderes del sur. La ausencia de avances no debe atribuirse a la ausencia de soluciones. Ahí están las acciones. Lo que se necesita de manera imperiosa es la voluntad política para que realmente nadie quede atrás y vencer una de las crisis más complejas que haya experimentado la humanidad en la historia moderna. Ese sería nuestro mejor aporte al futuro común que necesitamos construir juntos. Muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Republic of Cuba. I now give the floor to His Excellency Azali Azumani, President of the Union of the Comoros, speaking on behalf of the African Union.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée, Excellence Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, honorable assistance, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Je suis très heureux de prendre part à cette importante réunion et de partager quelques réflexions avec vous en ma qualité de président en exercice de l'Union africaine. il y a 8 ans, nous, pays membres de l'Organisation des Nations Unies, nous sommes réunis ici pour établir et mettre en œuvre l'agenda 2030 vers la réalisation des objectifs de développement durable. Le présent sommet à mi-parcours est une nécessité pour redynamiser notre action en vue d'atteindre les objectifs que nous sommes fixés pour 2030. Alors qu'au niveau mondial, nous avons seulement réalisé 15% des cibles fixées pour atteindre les EDD, la situation requiert une accélération significative de notre engagement collectif et implique des politiques audacieuses, des investissements ciblés, une action coordonnée pour transformer nos aspirations pour 2030 en résultats concrets. La trajectoire vertueuse prise par le pays dans la mise en œuvre des EDD a été entravée par les chocs exogènes de ces dernières années tels que la pandémie de Covid-19, la guerre en Ukraine ou encore la crise climatique. Dans notre continent, l'Afrique, comme le souligne un rapport de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, le continent a enregistré avant la Covid des taux de croissance positifs mais insuffisants pour atteindre les objectifs de développement durable. Outre la pandémie, l'Afrique fait face à d'autres défis qui impactent négativement les agendas 2030 et 2063, notamment pour ce qui est de la paix et la sécurité. Néanmoins, le même rapport met en évidence le lien d'interdépendance entre les 5 piliers de l'agenda 2030 et certains de l'agenda 2063, ce qui constitue un atout qui concourt à l'accélération de la mise en œuvre des EDD tels que ceux relatifs au climat, au partenariat, à la paix, à la gouvernance. De par ce constat, je me joins à la démarche du secrétaire général des Nations Unies visant à encourager les États à prendre des engagements nationaux et mondiaux forts en faveur de la transformation, de l'accélération et de la mise en œuvre des EDD. La réussite des EDD dépend largement des moyens que nous pourrons mobiliser pour y parvenir. J'appelle donc les pays à renforcer leurs capacités nationales en vue de mobiliser et d'absorber les financements nécessaires au développement et pour nos pays du Sud à renforcer la coopération Sud-Sud. Dans cette optique, l'accélération de la mise en œuvre de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine, thème de l'année 2023 de l'Union africaine, représente une opportunité à saisir pour assurer une parfaite intégration économique africaine et atteindre les EDD à l'horizon 2030. C'est la raison pour laquelle je proposerai de porter à l'échelle panafricaine un label Positive Africa qui viserait à reconnaître les acteurs économiques africains et internationaux responsables ayant un impact positif en Afrique en accord avec l'agenda 2030 des EDD et l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Alors que l'Afrique est en pleine croissance économique, il est primordial de promouvoir les modèles qui vont au-delà de la simple recherche du profit, mais qui intègrent également des considérations sociales et environnementales. Honorable Assistance, l'accélération de la mise en œuvre des EDD est devenue un défi universel. Il en va de notre développement global, de notre bien-être collectif pour un avenir durable commun. Je vous remercie.
I thank the President of the Union of the Comoros. I now give the floor to His Excellency Charles Angelo Savarin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, speaking on behalf of the Caribbean community.
Your Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Honorable Ministers and Delegates. Mr. President, I am pleased to deliver this statement on behalf of CARICOM, which celebrates 50 years as an establishment and is equally proud to have one of its very own overseeing the activities of the General Assembly at its 78th session. CARICOM pledges its full support to ensuring that your tenure is successful for the greater good of the multilateral process. CARICOM's position on the path towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals has been clearly outlined in several debates and intergovernmental negotiations under the auspices of the United Nations. We firmly believe that a greater commitment, solidarity, and transformative action are needed to achieve the set targets within a realistic time frame. Accordingly, this summit will provide a unique opportunity to fundamentally adjust trajectory of all member states to take positive action towards its implementation. Mr. President, CARICOM endorses the political declaration set out by the Secretary General in a renewed call for all member states to recommit towards this transformative process. The existential threat of COVID-19 over the last 3 years, exacerbated by the impact of climate change and war in Ukraine, calls for even greater leadership at the multilateral level. Therefore, what is required is a surge in commitments for governments and other stakeholders to take implementation of the SDGs to the next level. To this end, decisive action must be taken to better support developing countries through long-term lending at lower interest rates, debt relief, and the creation of a robust and effective sovereign debt resolution mechanism. Mr. President, CARICOM therefore calls for urgent action from the international community to reform the international financial architecture and ensure an enabling environment for developing countries to actively participate in and benefit from the global economy. The Multi-Vulnerability Index and the Bridgetown Initiative, two structures which have found consensus among CARICOM, must be vigorously pursued. Additionally, CARICOM supports the call to outline national budgets with the SDGs pathways, gender equality, empowerment of women and girls, reduction in domestic poverty, access to clean water and sanitation, food and energy security must be prioritized. The use of technology as a transformative tool must be harnessed, and no citizen should be disadvantaged. The 2030 agenda is achievable. There will always be challenges. However, the capacity to overcome the most severe challenges is not an anomaly for humankind. These are indeed unprecedented times. We can draw comfort from the fact that we have access to a wealth of knowledge and resources to meet the demands of the times. Mr. President, CARICOM remains firm in its support for implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mogwetsi Eric Kebetswe Masisi, President of the Republic of Botswana, speaking on behalf of the group of landlocked developing countries.
Your Excellency, the President of the 78th Session of the General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government here present, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to deliver this statement on behalf of the 32 member countries of the group of landlocked developing countries, the LLDCs. Mr. President, as we gather here today at this critical moment for the LLDCs, which is marked by the midpoint of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, we need not only take stock but also assess our progress regarding the execution of the Vienna Programme of Action. More importantly, we're undertaking a journey to determine the key priorities for the upcoming 10-year Programme of Action ahead of the 3rd United Nations Conference on LLDCs to be held in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2024. While the prospects may seem exhilarating, it is crucial to acknowledge the daunting challenges that our group faces on the road to Kigali and indeed to the year 2030. Mr. President, today we find ourselves confronted by lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, pressing issues of climate change, global macroeconomic challenges, and various other overlapping crises. These challenges continue to derail the hard-earned progress made by the LLDCs towards the attainment of the Vienna Programme of Action goals and the SDGs. This is so because our countries are disadvantaged to fully harness the potential to support sustainable development efforts due to their geographical and structural vulnerabilities to external shocks and low resilience. Mr. President, while facing numerous challenges that aggravate development of LLDCs, some progress has been made in the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action, though mixed and uneven across various regions. The advancement made in the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action to enhance and modernize transportation and ICT infrastructure is highly promising. In the region where I come from, for example, my country, Botswana, in collaboration with the government of Zambia, have constructed the amazing Ganzugula Bridge, which is a rail line and one-stop border component. Through this project, we have significantly reduced the turnaround time that trucks take to transport goods from the south to the north and vice versa. However, it is essential to recognize that other areas, in particular international trade, which is the engine for inclusive economic growth, remains marginal and undiversified within the LLDCs. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the sharp increase in debt crisis that has plunged many of our countries, particularly as half of the LLDCs are categorized as least developed countries. In this connection, a lot remains to be achieved in many areas for this group of countries. The upcoming LLDC conference, therefore, gives us hope and offers a unique opportunity for us to adopt new transformative roadmap for the LLDCs to overcome these crises and build back better while accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. As this new program of action for LDCs will largely overlap with the final period of pursuit of the Sustainable Development Goals, we anticipate that its level of ambition will reflect our commitment as a global community to ensure that LLDCs are not left further behind in achieving sustainable development. We look forward to creating the widest possible coalition of strengthened global partnerships that will bring about transformative change to the lives of more than 564 million people in the world's 32 landlocked countries. Therefore, as I stand here today, I implore all stakeholders, including our development partners, the United Nations, international financiers, and other organizations, as well as the private sector, to join hands in finding sustainable and lasting solutions to these countries in special needs. In conclusion, the LLDCs would like to reaffirm their determination and full commitment to attain the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. I'd like also to seize this moment to once again emphasize our appeal to the active engagement of all stakeholders in the 3rd UN Conference on LLDCs, preferably at the highest level possible. I look forward to meeting you, Excellencies, in Kigali, Rwanda in June 2024. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Botswana, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Sir Angel Whips, President of the Republic of Palau, speaking on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I deliver this statement in my capacity as chair of the 12 small island developing states represented in New York, and we are aligning ourselves with the statement to be delivered by Samoa on behalf of the AOSIS. On behalf of the PSIDs, I extend our congratulations to His Excellency Mr. Dennis Francis on assuming the presidency of the 78th session of the General Assembly, and assure you of the full support of the Pacific SIDS in your successful execution of your mandate over the next 12 months. Mr. President, our continued existence depends on our capacity to unite as a global, unified community. In this juncture, the need for multilateralism to be strengthened is not merely advisable, but imperative. The achievement of the SDGs must be at the center of our collective efforts over the next 7 years. Together, we must rise to the challenges and elevate our actions with urgency to confront the climate crisis, leaving positive impact on our environment, societies, and economies for present and future generations. The Pacific SIDS' commitment to sustainable development and resilience of our countries and peoples remains unwavering. However, COVID-19 and climate change have impaired and even reversed our hard-fought development gains. Our endeavors are frequently impeded by escalating costs associated with natural disasters, the human and physical cost of climate change, and our limitation and lack of access to concessional financing. Significant limitations to accessing financing hinders our abilities to allocate funds to effectively implement our development priorities, including the Samoa Pathway and other crucial development activities. We support the follow-up and review of the financing developing outcomes, in particular, the reform of the international financial institution to support the means of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Nonetheless, we continue to persist in our efforts to meet the SDGs, as they provide the best hope for a brighter and more sustainable future. SIDS face a unique set of vulnerabilities which hinders our ability to achieve sustainable development. Structural factors, including size, remoteness, and exposure to global economic, social, and political environmental shocks, impact socio-economic outcomes of our ability to achieve the SDGs. These vulnerabilities were further exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and with many SIDS countries being particularly affected by the drop in international tourism and remittances. The sudden economic shock exposed the fragility of our economies and the urgent need for tailored solutions to address our unique circumstances. Thus, the call for and the endorsement of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index, an MVI, which will allow for inclusion of more than just income-based criteria to assess eligibility, for concessional finance comes at the right moment, and we ask for the support of the international community on this key issue. Mr. President, the slow progress on the SDGs achieved by the SIDS to date is an indication that losses linked to vulnerability far outweighs the development gains. There is a clear necessity for building genuine partnerships and cooperation to provide financial support and technical support. We call for the effective and durable partnerships and scaled-up climate finance that adequately recognize the context of the SIDS and the respect for regional and national policy coordination mechanisms and systems. Moreover, we call on partners to improve partnerships around data and statistics for monitoring and evaluation, digital infrastructure and transformation, SDI, and sustainable and predictable financing and capacity building. Mr. President, we need to remind ourselves of the commitments and the undertakings we made towards the full implementation of the Samoa Pathway, and we support the call to develop a robust monitoring framework for the Samoa Pathway aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and other intergovernmental agreements, including the Sendai Framework and the Paris Agreement, as these commitments reflect our shared responsibility to leave no one behind and to build a more just and equitable future for all. After all, it is of vital importance that each one of us demonstrates the unwavering boldness and courage that is required. Thank you. God bless. Oman Sulam.
I thank the President of the Republic of Palau, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, speaking on behalf of the group of 7+ member states.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to deliver the statement on behalf of the group of 7+ countries at this high-level summit convened at the midpoint of implementing the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals, a critical juncture characterized by recovery from COVID-19 pandemic, ongoing geopolitical tensions, and environmental threats. The 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, the agreed global plan for sustainable development, adopted in 2015, was conceived to leave no one behind in countries around the world and support global public goods related to peace, environmental protection, and an inclusive global economy. The G7+ comprised of countries affected or recovering from conflict were among the principal advocates of the SDGs, particularly Goal 6, which is about promoting peace, inclusive societies, providing access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. As a group of countries, we have collectively learned from our experiences that sustainable peace, effective state institutions, and access to justice are key pillars to stability, development, and resilience. However, since the start of the implementation of this global blueprint, fragile and conflict-affected states are the farthest behind in meeting SDGs, and this dilemma only worsened with the advent of COVID-19 pandemic and other global crises, including the triple planetary crisis and food insecurity. Mr. President, Against this backdrop, the member states of the G7+ recommend the undermentioned as the possible pathway toward the realization of transforming our world and leaving no one behind in this decade of action. Firstly, promoting peace and stability should continue to be central to implementing the SDGs, as violence and insecurity undermine development gains. In advancing the development agenda, we must seek to promote and support peace efforts that address the root causes of conflicts and tackle economic and social inequalities and exclusion, especially in countries contending with high levels of threat, fragility that require heightened attention. Secondly, resilience should be one of the guiding principles to achieve the SDGs. In this age of complex crises, we must deliberately embrace resilience, as it helps to ensure progress is not derailed or reversed in times of adversity. For instance, ending extreme poverty and thriving in complex and adverse environments require building capacities, mechanisms, and institutions to promote a sustainable future for all. This is why the G7+, we continue to advocate for debt financing, debt relief, and technology transfer for the least developed and conflict-affected countries. Debt financing and relief for our respective countries would unleash the resources that could be utilized to realize the ambition of Agenda 2030 for sustainable development. Thirdly and lastly, we call for a joint commitment by development partners to work through and support government-led country platforms in conflict-affected and fragile countries to enhance development cooperation by addressing complex political, social, and economic realities. While we acknowledge the trend of support for country platforms over the last 5 years, it is imperative to raise the awareness for governments and partners to embrace this collaborative, risk-informed, and flexible mechanism. It ensures that development agendas are localized. That meeting SDGs in this decade of action could be challenging, but sustained multilateral support to a holistic national ownership of the 17 SDGs, distinct global leadership, resource mobilization, capacity building, and mutual accountability, specific progress can be envisaged and achieved with appropriate scale. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, speaking on behalf of Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of 46 member states, members of the Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just, and Inclusive Societies. In 2015, this body made a promise that we would adopt and act on a transformative agenda for people, the planet, and prosperity through 17 Sustainable Development Goals. 8 years later, we have much to live up to. Yet there is still no better blueprint for a more peaceful and prosperous world than the 2030 Agenda, and no greater catalyst for the change needed than SDG 16+. We know that we are living in the midst of cascading and intersecting crises. Halfway through the 2030 Agenda, advancing peace, justice, equality, and inclusion is critical to mitigating the impact of these crises and to delivering the requisite policy solutions to fulfill our promises. Amidst global polarization and distrust, we need to rebuild the social contract between people and national and international institutions. In supporting the Secretary General's call to fast-track SDG implementation, allow me to highlight some of Pathfinder's work across peace, justice, equality, and inclusion. While conflict-related violence has increased, we know that approximately 80% of violent deaths occur outside conflict zones, and that governments and the civil society have made real progress in reducing violence in such contexts. In this connection, the Pathfinders Halving Global Violence Task Force will launch its flagship report in 2024, amplifying proven solutions to advancing peace at all levels, while highlighting the social and economic costs of violence. We must act on SDG 16's pledge to reduce violence in all its forms on the battlefield and in our homes and streets. Equal access to justice for all is a critical enabler for sustainable development. We need to put people at the center, with justice systems designed to address what people really need when they look for justice solutions, with services that help them achieve fair outcomes. To support this, a number of member states and partners have come together to form the Justice Action Coalition, a high-ambition, multi-stakeholder coalition that promotes people-centered justice and calls on all justice actors, including young justice leaders, to join us in our quest to close the global justice gap. Finally, the promise to leave no one behind lies at the very heart of the SDG agenda. Yet, since the adoption of the agenda, inequality within and among countries has risen dramatically. The Pathfinders provide evidence-based solutions in areas as social protection, housing, taxation, inclusive green transitions, and the avoidance of divisive political narratives, demonstrating that change is possible. The 2023 SDG Summit represents a critical moment to change the trajectory of the SDGs and SDG 16+. We cannot fail in this effort. Trust in our domestic institutions and in multilateralism depends on it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now briefly switch to my national capacity. In 2015, the leaders agreed to improve people's lives and make our planet a better place. Unfortunately, 8 years later, the 2030 SDGs implementation is in deep trouble. After the COVID-19 pandemics, the world is facing devastating effects of Russian aggression against Ukraine. Apart from tremendous human suffering, it is also causing widespread food and energy crises. Russia's reprehensible actions have a direct impact on SDGs implementation, not only in the most affected region, but also globally. Today, we gathered to recommit our ambitions to accelerate our efforts to achieve the SDGs until 2030. Czechia is fully aware of its global responsibility. We will continue to enhance the strategic planning to make it even more effective and avoid overlaps and inconsistency. We are also fully committed to implement the Paris Agreement, and we pledge to contribute $4 million to the Green Climate Fund for the period 2024 to 2027. To promote good governance and policymaking based on evidence, we pledge to establish an open data national platform for monitoring and reporting the SDGs indicators. The implementation of the SDG 16 remains one of the priorities of the Czech foreign policy. To reach our common goal in 2030, we urgently need to highlight a link between peace, justice, security, climate and environment, development, human rights, and strong institutions. Czechia will continue to support our partner countries through bilateral and multilateral development projects, humanitarian assistance, and transformation policy. No one should be left behind. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Czech Republic and now give the floor to His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, speaking on behalf of the Southern African Development Community.
Excelência Denis Francis, Presidente da 78ª Sessão da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Excelência Paula Narvaez, Presidente do Conselho Econômico e Social das Nações Unidas, distintos chefes de Estado e de Governo, chefes de delegação, minhas senhoras, meus senhores. Tenho a honra de tomar a palavra na qualidade de Presidente em exercício da Comunidade para o Desenvolvimento da África Austral, SADC, nesta oportunidade que considero crucial para examinarmos em conjunto os progressos alcançados na implementação dos Objetivos do Desenvolvimento Sustentável ao nível das diferentes regiões representadas nesta cimeira. Estamos perante uma ocasião em que a avaliação que fizermos a respeito do nosso desempenho vai permitir que tomemos as medidas de corrigir ou retificar tudo quanto nos parece não ter sido realizado da maneira mais adequada. Precisamos tornar este nosso encontro num verdadeiro ponto de viragem para uma abordagem mais dinâmica, mais comprometida e engajada, tendo em vista o reforço do nosso compromisso político e da mobilização de vontades capazes de ajudar a avançar em domínios cujos resultados se refletirão positivamente na melhoria das condições gerais de vida das nossas populações. Excelências, a região da SADC fez progressos assinaláveis na implementação das prioridades de cooperação e integração regional, delineadas na Visão 2050 da organização e no Plano Estratégico Indicativo de Desenvolvimento Regional 2020-2030. Também devemos reconhecer que um conjunto de condicionantes que derivam da pandemia da Covid-19, das alterações climáticas e de outros fatores, designadamente a instabilidade que afetou alguns países da região, tiveram um impacto negativo considerável na capacidade dos países cumprirem com maior eficácia os planos estratégicos que visam aprofundar a integração regional da África Austral e promover o seu desenvolvimento numa perspectiva em que sobressaiam as ambições sobre a África que queremos, estabelecida na Agenda 2063 da União Africana. Os nossos avanços poderiam ter sido mais significativos e mais expressivos se não tivéssemos que ter lidado com a crise global e outras específicas da nossa região, que nos obrigaram a desviar a nossa atenção das questões centrais sobre o desenvolvimento para lhes fazer face. Além disso, é sempre oportuno referir que as dificuldades de acesso a recursos financeiros em condições confortáveis para as nossas economias representa um outro lado do problema, talvez o maior, com que nos confrontamos permanentemente para realizarmos projetos essenciais em áreas determinantes para impulsionar o nosso desenvolvimento, de que depende naturalmente a criação de condições que favoreçam a necessária e urgente alteração do quadro e dos indicadores de pobreza que se observam atualmente nos nossos países. Nada do que consta dos planos, objetivos e programas que temos delineado ao longo destes anos poderá ser realizado de forma efetiva e com os resultados positivos que todos pretendemos obter, se não conseguirmos realizar um esforço coordenado no sentido de eliminarmos os conflitos, a instabilidade, a insegurança e a imprevisibilidade que desencorajam o investimento e retiram aos nossos mercados a credibilidade de que necessita para que os nossos parceiros internacionais investam mais nas nossas economias. Estamos conscientes da relação de interdependência que existe entre paz e desenvolvimento e, em função disso, a República de Angola, na sua condição de presidente em exercício da SADC, continuará a desenvolver ações com vista à concretização futura da visão 2050 da SADC, que prevê uma região com estabilidade política e social, pacífica e desenvolvida do ponto de vista econômico e de justiça e liberdade para os seus cidadãos. Esses objetivos, que são específicos da nossa região e também compartilhados pelos nossos parceiros internacionais, serão concretizáveis com um esforço conjugado entre todos, mas com muito menos constrangimentos e obstáculos, se a relação entre a nossa região e a comunidade internacional se desenvolver sem as medidas unilaterais punitivas contra os Estados-membros da SADC, como no caso da República do Zimbábue. Excelências, a região da África Austral, como temos vindo a observar, tem estado sujeita a consequências das alterações climáticas, com todos os efeitos nocivos que este facto produz sobre as economias da região. É fácil perceber-se, pelas razões que acabei de referir, que temos uma sensibilidade muito especial para este problema e, deste modo, quero sublinhar a necessidade da implementação da Agenda Internacional das Alterações Climáticas e do cumprimento das promessas de disponibilização de recursos financeiros feitas pelos países desenvolvidos, a fim de, com alguns outros recursos complementares, se possa assegurar o financiamento da adaptação até 2025 para se alcançar o objetivo de recapitalizar o Fundo Verde para o Clima. Gostaria de terminar salientando a importância da cooperação global, da solidariedade e da ação conjunta para fazermos face aos múltiplos e complexos desafios que o mundo enfrenta atualmente, pelo que faço um apelo à Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas no sentido de colocar esses propósitos no capítulo das prioridades da sua agenda para os próximos tempos. Muito obrigado.
I thank the President of the Republic of Angola and now give the floor to Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the Commission of the European Union.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, my generation was raised with the idea that our children and grandchildren would be better off than us. But a cascade of crises has now set back progress towards our sustainable development goals. First the pandemic, then Russia's war of aggression with its devastating impact for global food and energy security. All of this with the knock-on effects of a boiling planet. Against this backdrop, developing countries do need more resources to pull people out of poverty and to transition towards a clean and equal economy. And this is why I welcome the Secretary General's SDG stimulus plan. In 2022, Europe elevated its development aid to 93 billion euros, an increase of 30% over the previous year. And today, we account for over 40% of the global assistance. We know our obligations. But public funding alone is not enough. We must explore all avenues to attract new funding towards developing countries, and first and foremost, there is the reform of the MDBs without any question, but let me focus on two ways in which we are answering the Secretary General's call. First, we have to unlock private capital. With our Global Gateway Investment Plan, Europe is investing 300 billion euros in developing economies in the next 5 years, in renewable energy, in stronger healthcare systems, in quality education, green transport, and of course, digital solutions. This is about equipping our partners with the resources, the technologies, and the skills to move up the value chain, to create jobs for their citizens, and to protect the environment. We're doing so by using a portion of our public budget to de-risk private investments. And we're taking this further. We're also supporting developing and emerging economies to create their own green bond markets in order to attract even more fresh capital towards the Sustainable Development Goals. My second point is carbon pricing. Carbon pricing is one of the most efficient and effective climate policies. Carbon pricing fosters innovation by the private sector. It makes polluters pay a fair price on carbon and their carbon emissions, while cutting emissions, and the revenues can support the clean transition in developing countries. Let me give you a few figures. Last year alone, Europe's carbon pricing system raised 38 billion euros, and we are reinvesting 100% of it in climate action. But if you look at the global greenhouse gas emissions, only 20% are covered by carbon pricing. Now just imagine the global impact in terms of new revenues while cutting greenhouse gas emissions if more countries adopted this strategy and would introduce a carbon pricing and dedicate a fair share of their revenues to developing countries and emerging markets. Ladies and gentlemen, we must double down our efforts and have the courage of creative solutions. Let's work together to restore the promise that tomorrow will be better than today for all people on this planet. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Commission of the European Union, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Pushpa Kamal Dahal, Prime Minister of Nepal, speaking on behalf of the Group of Least Developed Countries.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I thank you, Madam President, for convening this SDG Summit. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the group of the least developed countries. Madam President, halfway to 2030 deadline, we are seriously off track in achieving SDGs. The global crises such as the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and geopolitical tension are further pushing out hard-earned progress into peril. According to the UN Secretary General's SDG report,
Worse, at a time when debts should be canceled for the collective good of freeing resources for SDG advancement, we are forced to go deeper into debt to keep our economies from collapsing under the weight of crippling inflation and interest rates. Collapsing under the weight of crippling inflation and interest rates. Take Malawi, for instance. In March of this year, Tropical Cyclone Freddy affected over 2.2 million people, displaced more than 650,000 people, killed over 1,000 people, and caused economic losses of worth over $500 million. Yet, with mountains of debt shackling our efforts to build resilience and achieve sustainability, our hopes of success in SDG attainment are marginal at best. And so we must address these restraints on Malawi's progress, just as not a matter of national interest alone. It is a moral imperative for the international community. One key accelerator for SDG attainment we must exploit is cutting-edge technology. We can revolutionize key sectors outlined in the Doha Program of Action, such as trade, health, agriculture. Digital platforms and e-commerce can empower least developed countries to access global markets on equitable terms. Infrastructure, smart solutions, digital connectivity can bridge gaps and promote inclusivity and accessibility. Technological innovations are amazing at bolstering inclusive development. And this is what we are doing with our farmers, irrigation, electricity access, solar incentives, and minimum wage. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Malawi for his statement. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة رؤساء الدول والحكومات، يسعدني أن أشارككم حواركم الرفيع هذا حول أجندة التنمية المستدامة التي تتخلف بلادي عن ركاب الوفاء بالتزاماتها تحت ضغط ظروف الحرب القاهرة والأزمة الإنسانية العميقة التي تستمر الميليشيات الحوثية في مفاقمتها للعام التاسع بدعم من النظام الإيراني. السيدات والسادة، لقد قلبت الحرب في بلادي الأولويات رأسا على عقب لتصبح معها بعض الأجندة التنموية التي كانت ضرورية في الأوضاع الطبيعية إلى هامش الاحتياجات الأساسية المتمثلة بالغذاء والدواء والماء والكهرباء، خصوصا في ظل توقف الصادرات النفطية منذ عام كامل بسبب هجمات الميليشيات الإرهابية على الموانئ النفطية. منذ أيام عاد ملايين من الأطفال إلى مدارسهم في ظروف بالغة القسوة مع انهيار شبكة الحماية الحكومية اللازمة لتحسين أوضاع قطاع التعليم الذي يتسرب منه سنويا أعداد هائلة من الفتيان والفتيات. السيدات والسادة، إن الحديث عن أجندة التنمية المستدامة التي تضمن المشاركة المجتمعية في بلادي وتوظيف التكنولوجيا لخلق فرص عمل وتجويد الحياة بات ضربا من المستحيل في مناطق سيطرة الميليشيات الكثيفة السكان باعتبارها تدخلا أجنبيا ناعما كما تدعي تلك الميليشيات متخادمة مع تنظيم القاعدة وداعش. السيدات والسادة، هناك إجراءات وخطط واعدة لمجلس القيادة الرئاسي والحكومة على صعيد تحسين الخدمات والبنية التحتية وتمكين النساء وتفعيل دور أجهزة تنفيذ القانون. وهناك دعم يقدم لحكومتي من قبل الأخوة الأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة والإمارات العربية المتحدة، والتي مكنتنا من تقديم هذه الخدمات، ونتطلع إلى أن نتحول قضية الإغاثة الإنسانية إلى قضية التنمية المستدامة. شكرا لكم، ونتمنى أن تحظى اليمن بدعم دولي من كافة المؤسسات الدولية لكي تتمكن من العودة إلى أهداف التنمية المستدامة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
I thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, time is of the essence. This holds true for our meeting here today. And it also holds true for our joint efforts to reach the Sustainable Development Goals. 2030 is only 7 years away. And as we have heard from the Secretary General, we are currently not on track. So I will focus my remarks on 2 proposals that could help us get back on track. My first point is financing. Germany stands by its commitments. We are the second largest donor of official development assistance in the world. Last year, we once again surpassed the 0.7% goal. And during our G7 presidency last year, we set up the Global Alliance for Food Security. In total, Germany provided €5 billion to address the most tragic global repercussions of Russia's war against Ukraine's hunger. But national development budgets alone won't be sufficient. That is why we are working to reform the international finance architecture, especially the World Bank. Our goal is to improve its ability to fight poverty and to finance global public goods. In this regard, Germany strongly supports innovative financing instruments. For the first time ever, we will provide over €300 million of hybrid capital. This capital will serve to leverage the World Bank's investment for an up to 8-fold return. We also need to address the soaring debt crisis in many developing countries. Debt transparency plays a key role here, as does the full implementation of the G20 framework for debt restructuring by all. My second point concerns trade and how to join forces with the private sector. According to the WHO, the number of people living in absolute poverty worldwide has fallen by 3/4 since 1990. That tremendous success is due to the positive effects of globalization. Today, the global move towards renewable energy and efforts to diversify supply chains provide new opportunities for economic development. Germany, and that includes our business sector, supports the idea that the first stage of processing should take place in the countries where raw materials are found or where renewable energy is being produced. We promote this through targeted cooperation agreements. Ladies and gentlemen, time is of essence, and so is confidence in what we can achieve together.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. And now I give the floor to His Excellency John Britannia, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize.
Excellencies, Belize is deeply troubled at the slow progress of implementation of the SDGs. While ongoing crises are deterring our efforts, systemic inequities at global levels have long been undermining our aspirations. Today, I reaffirm Belize's unwavering commitment to achieving the SDGs. These goals remain the only ambitious, universally agreed blueprint to achieve an equitable and sustainable future for all. The highest Priority for my government is reducing poverty. Belize commits to reducing poverty by 50% by 2030, in alignment with the fundamental principle of leaving no one behind. We are committed to redoubling our actions to build resilience and ensure that everyone wins by implementing the National Energy Policy, the National Land Use Policy, develop a comprehensive industrial strategy that integrates green and blue industrial policies, achieve protection of 30% of the marine space by 2026, including protection of 20% of the coral reef, implement our national blue economic policy. We further commit to reducing land degradation through our land restoration strategy, mitigate biodiversity loss via the revised national biodiversity strategy, implement integrated water resource management approaches, and foster agroforestry systems. By 2024, implement a national risk management plan supplemented by disaster-specific strategies for hurricanes, floods, and droughts. By 2025, finalize a special education policy, expand the free education policy programs in impoverished areas, implement early childhood development investments, expand adult remedial initiatives. Approve by 2024 a costed social program, social protection strategy. Implement by 2026 our national digital agenda to modernize governance. To accelerate achievement of all SDGs, we will legally establish and resource an empowered sustainable development department. Regrettably, international cooperation and development finance are not at the scale required. I reiterate Belize's urgent call for reform of the international financial architecture and the adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index. The SDGs is a collective commitment. Taiwan and other partners are supporting our pursuit, and I call others to join us in inclusivity, equity, and solidarity to build a sustainable future. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Development and Investment of Belize. I now give the floor to His Excellency Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castellón, President of the Government of Spain. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Señor Presidente, señoras y señores, las sucesivas crisis globales a las que nos enfrentamos han puesto de manifiesto la importancia de articular mecanismos conjuntos para progresar y responder a los más vulnerables. Hemos aprendido que construimos sociedades más fuertes, solidarias o resilientes o no estaremos bien preparados para acometer las profundas transformaciones que necesitamos para alcanzar los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y encarar el futuro de progreso y prosperidad. Esta vez, en consecuencia, no podemos fallar. La década para la acción no está perdida y debemos actuar. Y así lo ha entendido mi país. En el plano doméstico, en estos años hemos dedicado ingentes esfuerzos económicos para armar un escudo social robusto que protegiera a los más vulnerables. Y hemos puesto en marcha profundas reformas, implementado políticas públicas en el ámbito del empleo, la educación, la salud, la igualdad de género, la inclusión social, la digitalización y la lucha contra la emergencia climática sin que nadie quede atrás. Y hemos hecho de las políticas de prevención y de reducción de riesgos una prioridad, que incluyen la publicación del marco de gestión del riesgo de catástrofes en España. Y en el plano internacional, y con la firme convicción, mi país seguirá contribuyendo de manera decisiva a los distintos instrumentos de Naciones Unidas para avanzar en el cumplimiento de la Agenda 2030 y hacer realidad los ODS en el mundo. Hemos dotado de una nueva ley de cooperación internacional en que nos comprometemos a dedicar el 0,7% de nuestra renta nacional bruta a la ayuda oficial al desarrollo en el año 2030 y, además, durante el periodo 2024-2027 realizaremos nuevas aportaciones financieras. Uno, aumentaremos nuestra contribución al Fondo Conjunto ODS, del que ya somos el segundo donante, llegando a los 120 millones de euros. Apoyaremos al Fondo Internacional de Desarrollo Agrícola con 20 millones de euros para seguir reforzando la seguridad alimentaria y aspiramos a estar entre los 10 primeros donantes con nuestras contribuciones al Fondo Fiduciario para propósitos especiales y el presupuesto ordinario de las agencias entre 2024 y 2027. España quiere tener un papel activo en todo el debate que está impulsando el secretario general y por eso deseamos acoger la cuarta cumbre de financiación para el desarrollo sostenible que se celebrará en el año 2025. Queremos que tenga un impacto verdaderamente transformador y para ello debemos empezar a trabajar desde ya. Al tiempo de actuar, pues evidentemente es ahora. Aprovechemos esta importante cita para renovar con determinación y con firmeza nuestro compromiso ineludible con la Agenda 2030 y sus objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. Nada más y muchas gracias.
I thank the President of the Government of Spain, and now I give the floor to His Excellency Hamza Abdi Barre, Prime Minister of Federal Republic of Somalia.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Mr. President, Somalia's journey towards SDG implementation is one of the determination and amidst adversity, despite the challenge of conflict and pervert worse by recurrent shocks and extreme effects of climate change, our commitment remains unyielding, and we are proud of the progress we have done so far.